Good morning and welcome everybody to the final day of the Predator European Youth Championships in Podcetrtek, Slovenia. Our first match for today is a quarterfinal match in the under-19 division between Simon Attila from Austria and Tom Kurtz from Czech Republic. The game is 9-ball. It's a race to 8, alternating the breaks. The 3-point rule is in effect, and in the booth for you all to go over the shots is myself, Tim de Ruyter. And I'm very curious to see what both gentlemen can do at the table. Not familiar with either one of the players, so hoping for a high standard, hoping for a match that goes all the way, because there's a lot at stake. This is to win a medal. And not only that, another chance actually to win a ticket for the World Championship Juniors, which is huge, of course. I believe all the champions they go, but then if someone wins 2 titles, then the second place of the 9-ball division does go. I'm not sure if that's still the thing, but in that case it would mean, well, this match is always going to be huge, but for example, they might already have had medals in the past but never qualified for the World Championships. Then this is maybe... Ooh. Wow. What a shot there. Maybe some early nerves. So yeah, you don't know what their goals are. Maybe they've already had a couple medals. A big day today. We have 5 matches. The 9-ball will be finished today and the teams division will be finished today. So all of champions will be crowned by the end of today, and gonna say pretty successful event, or at least that's how I feel about it. It's always nice to see the juniors in action. A little bit more cut on the 6. Might have to play with a little bit of right spin to spread the speed out 2 rails. Well, he went real firm trying to get to the center. And he might be close to the rail. It's just okay though. From that angle it looked a little bit off the rail still. Just a slight bit of left, top left spin into the short rail and out. Just make sure you stay off the rail for the 9. Yeah, nicely done. A little bit fortunate on the 2-ball, but if he makes a 9, he's going to put some early pressure on Kurtz. He does make the 9. So, nice break and run. And the score now 1-0 for the Austrian. I have to say, pretty nice break, but sad to see the 1-ball disappear actually for him. because if you look at this, it really has no shape on the 2. So first safety battle of the match coming up. Yeah, unless he pushes, for example, near the top right corner to leave a jump, something offensive. I cannot really imagine Attila going aggressive on this. Probably going to run the cue ball 1 rail underneath the 5 and bang the 2 ball up near the 8. Oh, he's played it the other way. I would say the gap was a little bit nicer to play behind the 5 ball. Behind the 9 was a small one. I mean, it's difficult to say whether he's nervous. Like, the beginning of this match could be quite exciting for him. Could have used a little bit of inside spin on the 2 ball. This is a pretty steep cut. And watch, the cue ball has to beat the bump on the 5 at the same time. Yeah, and especially if you look at how everything was spread, you would say it was all about the 2 and the 3 ball. So that means that Kurtz solved, well, the opening for Attila to pick up the pieces. Not enough draw on the cue ball. Does the 4 pass the 5? Maybe pocket speed, maybe slide it just by it. Need some great accuracy on this. So easy to hang this ball up in the corner. Ooh, did I see that 5 ball just barely move? Well, it still did go in, so it doesn't really matter much. The thing that matters is if he draws the cue ball back plenty for the 7, it most likely was going to be this rack, but now might still be able to play with low right and draw the cue ball into the short rail and back out without touching the 8. But in general, I don't see too many good things happening by cutting the 7 in and running into the 8. Unless he also made the 8 at the same time. But I'm not sure what he was exactly expecting from the bump. Gotta say the bank from this position looks quite alright. Just has to move the cue ball just a slight bit. I would say it's worth attacking. Oh, he's got the point. Good try. But a chance now for Kurtz, and I would like to see this young man also get his first game on the board early. Just so the nerves for both sides, they settle down a bit. Oh, watch that cue ball. Yeah, quite sure he was trying to run into the 9. Could have also played with a drip of inside, but that would make the shot itself a little bit more difficult. So great chance for Tom Kurtz to get a first rack on the board, but in the end it's the Austrian Simon Attila, who doubles the lead, 2-0. Legal break, making a ball on the break, plenty of balls passing the kitchen line, so stays at the table. For a second I thought he might have had to jump the 2. Well, he might still. Yeah. Yeah, hit the break slightly thinner, this one. So cue ball stayed near the long rail, gets the bump there. Now long 2-ball jump. A difficult shot on the 3-ball after. I might push on this. Well, I have to say that's some very, very straight cueing on the jump. Nice shot there from Attila. Now, if he can make that 3-5 combination and still have the shape on the 3, then I would have to say that 2-ball is definitely one for the highlights. But I usually just wait the shot after. Because that combination is super tough. If you look at the pace he had to play it too, that weight base. Yeah, it's a difficult shot. Is he playing for the 4 in the same corner? No, opted to play in the side. Did he get straight enough? Should be fine. Make the ball almost any shape on the 5-ball is alright. Now the only thing I can really see wrong is, or see him do wrong, is maybe the speed from the 6 to the 7. It's quite easy to overrun. So might have to play it rather too short than too long. You don't want to have the super cut again on the 7, or well, maybe even to the point where you won't be able to cut it. So I'd rather stay for the 7 in the top right corner with the option to cut it in the side. So rather too slow, then too firm. And as you can see, he's played it nicely. Does have a small angle on the 7. So a little bit of a stun run. Doesn't really have to do too much. Yeah, I gotta say, just so surprising to see him run the whole rack and then to miss that 8 ball. And sure, Attila is going to like that because he doesn't really have to do too much special. He started off with a break run the 2 games after. Got him gifted quite a bit. So the score now 3-0, and Kurtz has to be careful. Especially going down 4-0, 5-0. That's where you might be in big trouble. 3-0 is not that crazy. If you make a ball on the break, get shape, break a run on your break, one mistake on his break, and then your break, you could be tied at 3, but well, does make ball on the break, does get the shape on the 1. Four ball also crossed the kitchen line. That's why the 3-point rule. That's why he passed the 3-point rule. Made 1, 2 in the kitchen means 3 points. Now this is key shot. Yeah, a little bit off again. So probably safety behind the 3-7. Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Don't think he has the hook though, but I don't mind him starting to slow the game down a bit. Really struggled so far in the opening of this match. Wow, nice shot. Had to make sure not to run into the 7 ball, and the more spin you play on the ball, the tougher the cut gets. Ooh. Yeah, sometimes I feel like Tom is really trying to put himself very close to the ball, even though sometimes you just gotta leave yourself a little bit more of a difficult shot, but at least a guaranteed position. Now he does still have the 4. Yeah, spin got him there. Curve of the ball threw the 4 ball over a little bit too much. Missed it on the pro side though. I was gonna say, would be surprised if Attila goes aggressive on this, but there is a cut. The only thing he's got to make sure of is that the cue ball won't be too speedy, bouncing off the rail with a lot of topspin is possible. Ooh, he hit that very thin. Yeah, slightly on the way towards the 4, and then coming from the back he's hit it again. Oh, does have the over angle again. Now don't try to do too much. Make the ball get anywhere near the center of the table. Don't try to get yourself perfect. Almost any angle works on the 7. Yeah, this is fine. Don't get straight. I think he's perfect to go into the short rail and out. Just not sure what kind of position he had in mind. Could have played with left spin also, just to go 1 rail straight over for the 9 in the same corner. He's landed right in between to where both cuts are very missable. And also, if he plays it to the corner, you gotta watch the cue ball. Could run 3 rails. Has missed the 9. Gotta say, a little bit of frustration there, but fortunate to not scratch the cue ball. Is he going for the bank? Oh, did play more difficult bank shot actually. Would say that corner plays a little bit tougher than the other corner. Oh, he has left the cut. Again, it's not a hanger. It's a thin one, but I kind of feel like you gotta go. Just watch the cue ball. So it is Tom Kurtz who Manages to get this game on the board, but he's struggling quite a bit. Missed the 9 and honestly got pretty lucky to leave quite a trap for Attila. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta take the luck. And like I mentioned, 4-0, 5-0 would have been a big problem. 3-1 down really is not such a big thing. One dry break or one missed ball somewhere. Maybe an early combination on your opponent's rack, and now suddenly you're 3 each or 4 each. So, not too worried on this scoreline. None of the usual suspects going into the pocket. But he does make one. Cue ball was nicely placed near the center of the table. Some traveling to do though, especially 1, 2, and 3 ball. So it's all about the beginning of the rack. Did land nicely on the 2 to draw the cue ball straight down. Just gotta make sure. Well, just enter the kitchen. See the white line on the top side of the table? That's what they call the kitchen. It's where you have to break the balls from. Just played it very well. Perfect shape on the 3. So 3 and the 4 is okay. Some traveling, a little bit of traveling still from the 5 to the 6. But he does have options there on the 6 ball. Could also choose to play top corner, could choose to play in the side. And sometimes you get so perfect on the 5 ball that you can still travel to play the 6 in the bottom corners. I have to say, quite a risky shape, I was thinking, but cue ball stays on the table, and as you can see, if he can run the cue ball in between the 6 and the 8, he might answer with another breaker run. Ooh, a little bit too much spin. Look at, he's actually landed perfect on the 6. Yeah, some good stuff from Attila, who's clearly feeling a little better than Tom Kurtz so far. And then this 9 to still make it 4-1. Believe it would be 2 out of 3 breaker runs on his own break. And in goes the 9, so it's now 4-1. Managing that 3-game lead. Yeah, good break from Kurtz, but well, as you can see from this angle, there is a 3-4 combination. But it's only a nice one when you get kind of straight on it. Very missable when you don't. Yeah, like I said, that was really, it's not an easy shot, and to get these kind of layouts after the break too makes 9-ball a lot tougher than when they're all spread wide in the open. Oh, it cut the 3-ball a little thinner, so he's got more distance. I have to give some credit to this young man, though. I mean, I think we've all seen the young man from Czech Republic struggle, but this young man at the table, he is coming up with quite some big shots. Still needs another one now from 5 to 6, unless the 6... Does it go by the 7? Oh. I wasn't thinking it would go by the 7 ball, but... Oh, he's looking at running the cue ball into the 8, so... I would almost assume it does go by the 7 ball. That means one more good long shot on the 6. And not too sure whether that 6 ball really was much available, yes or no. Now, is this the moment to play a full length of the table cut shot on the 6? Well, I'm glad he proved me wrong there. Beautiful straight back from Kurtz, and is that the shot that's going to get him fired up a bit? Yeah, don't forget, there's a lot at stake. And on these arena tables there is guaranteed a shot clock always on. I believe it's 35 seconds a shot, including one extension per rack, another 30 seconds. So that means this young man might have been very nervous from the beginning because the shot clock was on him all the time. But I'm glad he made that long bank on the 6. And he did get the run out, so is there any confidence to be taken from that? Score now 4-2. Like I said, I'd rather see this match go all the way. That would have to mean that there has to be a comeback. Now, Simon, 2 out of 3 breaks were breaker runs. This time, well, look at that 2 ball just sliding in. Again, none of the usual balls dropping. Oh, look at this. Wow. What a shot that was. Not just the pot by itself, but look at how perfect he landed on the 3 ball. What an excellent shot from Simon Attila. Yeah, really coming up with big shots. Landed a little bit awkward, maybe queuing over the 9, but as long as he stops the cue ball on the 6, technically could play 4 stop shots here. Well, he is realizing this is a big shot, took his extension. Yeah, prime shape now. Possible 5-2 in the making. That would mean 3 out of 4 break and runs on his own break. Yeah, 4 stop shots in a row. Simon Attila, another breaker run. 5-2 up, maintaining that 3-game lead again. And it looks like Tom Kurtz is trying to break the rhythm, trying to change the momentum. So he's going for a little break, a little timeout. That means I'm gonna take a little timeout as well. In the meantime, as you can see on the other table, they are also taking a break. So let's make sure to get some drinks and some food. We'll be right back. And we are back at the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is the future. This is the under 19 division quarterfinal match in the 9-ball between Simon Attila and Tom Kurtz. Attila playing a great match overall. Kurtz has been struggling. Really trying to make something happen in this match still. And there is still some time to do so. Score now 5-2 for the Austrian. And actually a nice break from Kurtz. Just really not that much to play on the one ball except for a nice safety. Well, could also go for a bank shot, but with him struggling so far in this match, I wouldn't really consider such an aggressive shot. So, good safety shot. Just slightly leaked a little bit of a piece on the one ball. As you can see, the jump cue coming out. It's going to jump cut the one. Needs a little bit of fortune with the cue ball to get shape on the blue too. Yeah, what a roll. Yeah, you can see the frustration. He knows that every time he's been leaving it open, then Attila just, well, he's definitely doing the work. I would say one good shot here again from 1-2. And a 6-2 is possible on the board. Well, did land a little closer to the rail on this 2-ball. Quite straight. Glad he's realizing that he doesn't have to bring the cue ball all the way back in some way. Just make the 2, leave yourself an angle to cross over from 3-4. Even if it's straight, it's alright. Ooh. Oh, cue ball a little loose, but he is on the 3-ball, and if he can play this with just maybe half a tip, 1 tip of inside spin, could be getting on the 4. Oh, he's hit it too soft. Well, last time this kind of shot happened, I was talking about the cut. Kurtz proved me wrong, banked it straight back in. Now, I don't think I like either one of them. So he's playing the safe, needs the 5 to be in between. He does get it. Oh, and he's missed the whole 4-ball. See, it's not like Attila is leaving the door open a bit. Kurtz definitely having some opportunities to run himself back into this match. He just really hasn't capitalized on all of them. little bit more angle on the 7 than he would have liked, so has to draw the cue ball into the long rail and out. So has to put a little bit more of a stroke on this. Oh, he's going forward. Is he able to not hit the 9? Oh, he was bringing the 9 ball over. Nice delicate shot there. Yeah, what a chance that was to bring this match 6-2. But instead, now 5-3. Attila has been doing well on his own breaks, but it only takes one more mistake to possibly have this match at 5 each, 6-5. So all to play for in this match. Yeah, a little bit of a side note though. The last 2 breaks he did not make either the 1 or the wing ball. So he was a little bit fortunate to make a ball and get the shape. And at some point that also backfires on you. And that's exactly what happened here. He's going to play very thin off the 2 and then bring the cue ball around. Not too sure actually. Might have opted to play a push out there. Just think the safety on the 2 ball always was going to be quite alright for Tom. 2 rails. And he's got the hook. What a chance he has now. I mean, that's why in general we like these long races. It's just because when you go off of a wrong start, maybe early nerves or the shot clock, it gives you plenty of time to play yourself back into a set. But then he's missed the 3 ball, can you believe it? Well, there is a safety shot available where he banks the 4 ball 2 rails out and the cue ball frozen on top of the 8. Only if he can catch the 4 ball that full though. The other option is to play with low right. draw the cue ball underneath the 6-7. Has to make sure not to run into the 5. Has to make sure the cue ball doesn't find the 4 at the same time. Yeah, and it has. Yeah, slowly I'm starting to feel like Attila is going to struggle. And that would mean both players will start to struggle. That would make for the ultimate battle, of course. Like I mentioned, everybody that has just recently tuned in, this is a quarterfinal match in the European Championships. Obviously a huge thing. The European Junior Championships at their age, it's probably the most important tournament they have played in, or they have just in general in the year. So they might have struggled both the whole event to get to quarterfinals, for example, and then now in the final discipline they have this opportunity. So I'm not too surprised that we have quite a nervy encounter so far. Oh, cue ball stopped just in time. There was a difficult cut on the 5. Especially the shape was very tricky. And this is a big shot shooting from the corner pocket. Wow, what a shot there on the 6. Well, he sure likes to hit the ball firm. Now this time though, I might just opt to stop the cue ball. Kill the cue ball over, maybe a ball. You don't have to draw this all the way back and try to get close on the 9. Just reasonably straight. Yeah, for a second, things were starting to look a little scrappy for Attila, but in the end, it looked like he came up with some big shots, especially that 6 ball. It was a huge, huge moment. So now 6-3. Tom breaking, needs a good break. And I think I would describe this as a good break. Makes 3 balls on the break and gets a shape on the 2. Sure, there is always something to complain about, but at this point in the match, I would be very happy if I would get something like this. Need something to kickstart your game a little bit. Yeah, nicely done. I think he might need just a little drip of left spin to get closer to the 6. Gotta give credits though. He is really trying to dig deep and make the best out of this match so far. Like he's really been trying to grind it out. And I'm just surprised. Why did he not just stun it in soft or just make the ball? Basically anything on the 8 was fine. I felt like he put quite some punch on the ball there. Quite a forceful stroke. And that means 2 balls remaining for Simon to get on the hill first. To arrive at the hill. Oh, a little speedy though. This is a big 9. 7-3 or 6-4 is a huge difference. Oh. Yeah. Another lifeline for Tom, who missed the 6. Does get a shot on the 9. I feel like he kind of has to play the straight back on this. Sure, could also kick from the bottom, but I would probably bank this in the top left corner. Has the biggest chance to drop that way. The angle just coming into that corner makes the pocket play bigger, especially some way of a pocket speed. Let's see what he does. I think he's going. It's going. It's close. It's close. What a shot for Tom Kurtz. That was such a big shot. Like I mentioned, 7-3 or 6-4 is a huge difference. Now, what's that gonna do to Attila's confidence? Yeah, I did make a ball on the break, but the first illegal break of the match. Not enough balls passing the kitchen line. I have to say though, that was such a difficult shot. Not the worst leave, but I can imagine missing that shot for sure. Now, not the most difficult shot to hit the 2 ball, but just gotta make sure he catches, in this case, the right side of the 2. Some top spin, try to find cover behind the 8, 9 or 6. I do like the pace he's played at. As you can see, sure, he got a little bit fortunate to get behind the 4, but he did play with such a pace to where he was always going to spread out the balls. Such a big moment for such a big tactical battle as well. 6-4. Could literally, one mistake could cost you the whole match, or you could be at 6 each after one mistake. Oh, look at this for a roll. Just back and forth. They keep rehooking them. Wow. Well, there's only one way to get to the 2, and that's kicking over that top short rail again. Unless he's really considering a jump shot, but it's not like that is too easy. Most often you see people jump into that shot with too much speed. The cue ball bouncing off the table. Yeah, another great hit. He's gonna get another hook. No. Was close though. Now then, can he hold it together, finish this rack? Five ball doesn't go in this bottom left corner, so has to get good angle on the 4 to stun in between the 6 and the 9. Hasn't made too many mistakes in this match, but then just previous rack missed the 9. So that really turns up the heat. That's where you start to feel maybe a little bit insecure. And the pressure could potentially get to you. One more good shot. He's landed a little bit more angle. Let's see what his plan is to get to the 8. Indeed, could go 2 or 3 rails around the 8 to play the 8 in the same corner as the 7. Then again, he's landed on a bit of a cut. The cut not as horrible as the 9 ball he had last rack. As you can see, the reach just barely can get to it. He's alright. He's not straight in on the 9, but surely a decent chance to bring this match on the hill. Yeah, there it is. 7-4 now. Simon Attila has arrived on the hill. Needs one more game to get himself a medal. A chance for the title. And so a chance to go to the World Championships. And it looks like Attila opting to take his timeout, probably to settle down a bit, to get the job done soon enough. Now we do have plenty more matches to come, so don't leave us right away after this match. We might still have a lot more entertainment for you guys, because our next match, straight after this match actually, and they're supposed to start in 16 minutes, so I'm not too sure if we are going to make that, depending on how this match goes, will be semifinals, going back to back against each other. So the player that's going to win this tournament, to win the European Championships 9 ball, will have to play quarterfinal, semifinal straight after at 10:30 local time, and then the final at 12. So have to play your A game, 3 matches in a row. Can be a tough grind. Then also at 2:30 we'll have the semifinals of the teams, and at 4:30 the finals of the teams. In general, one of my favorite events to watch, just because there's so many matches going on at the same time, so there's more perspectives to look at, and yeah, makes it more exciting for me personally. So Attila is back. Kurtz will be breaking. And really Cannot make any more mistakes for this match. Look at this for a break. Look at how well he's broken the balls. 3 balls in. A little bit awkward to cue over the 4, but the 3 ball is in front of the corner. Possible 5-9 to close out the rack. Needs to run out here. The closer Kurtz can play himself from this position. If he can make it 7-6, for example, things will be a lot more nervy for Attila to close out the match. So my goal in this case is not to make it hill-hill. My goal is actually just to get as close as possible. Let's see what happens. Just to take a little bit of pressure off myself. Just gotta focus a little bit more on the process and not just the target, not the goal itself. And then this 5-9 for a quick run out. And to pull one back. Yeah, there it is. 7-5. Nice breaker run. Excellent break, in my opinion. It's all about the signs you give your opponent too. Sure, he might be on the hill, but if he feels like you're just right behind him and that you're ready to capitalize on maybe one mistake here, as long as your opponent feels like if I make one mistake, he might be right next to me. He might be back into the set. We might go hill-hill. These kind of thoughts. It's the only thing you can really achieve from being down 7-4. And then you need a little bit of help from your opponent. I gotta say, he does make 2 balls as well. Did he get something on the 2? Sometimes just not the shape on the 2 ball could be already stopping Attila's chances. So yeah, just wow. Oh, was trying to run behind the 8. By the time the cue ball got near the 8, that inside spin was not on the ball anymore. If Tom can float this 2 ball in, he does have another chance to make it 7-6 and him breaking. And he does so, nice and clean. Needs a little bit of a shot from 5 to 6. And I kind of feel like Tom is playing a little faster. I would say this is key shot though. Get nicely on the 6. Yeah, I can't really believe how he's found a window in between the 8-9. Nonetheless, I mean, the luck, all the fortunate rolls we've seen this match, it usually just evens out towards the end. It always gets close in percentage. One more good shot on the 6. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's playing with a lot of heart. He's putting a lot into this match. Yeah, and now, like I said, this 9 for 7-6. He will be breaking next. He's played himself back into it. And if he can break the balls like he just did, we might really have a 7-all score. I mean, we might really go hill-hill in this match. Yeah, nice and exciting match, I have to say. Overall, a lot of momentum swings, a lot of big shots too. Both of them came up with quite a lot of great shots. Tom now breaking to make this hill-hill, and look at this for a break. Look at this for a break. He's found something. 2 balls in, shape on the 2, a wide open layout. Just gotta make sure to keep the cue ball on the string. 3 to the 4, and then 6 to 7. Those are the key shots, I feel like. Chose to keep him just the 4 to the top left, so less traveling, but a little bit more difficult shot, of course, on the 4 itself. Just stun the cue ball out, leave yourself some angle on the 6. He even floated it in. I don't mind it at all.
Extension.
Wow, look at how nicely he's getting the job done. We've seen some great runouts from Attila. I mean, at some point he was 3 breaker runs out of 4 breaks. To then now, oh, he's feeling the nerves. Why did he stand back up? Well, he does manage. Handle the nerves, and it will be 7 each for a medal. Just wow, what a comeback. And there it is, 7 each. Tom Kurtz, another breaker run, so that's 2 breaker runs now. It will be Attila breaking. Can he manage his own break, or will we see more drama? It's 1 rack to go for a place in the semifinal. Does make the 1. Does get the balls. 3 points are there. Plenty of balls in the kitchen. He did get the shape on the 2. And honestly, not such a horrible layout. Just gotta manage to play the 4 on the left side. But I think overall, almost any shape he's going to play in this rack, he can leave himself quite near the ball. Just gotta make sure he leaves himself nice angles. Did leave himself possibly a little higher. That's why he's looking out to play the 4 in the bottom left. As you can see, it does go. So 2-roll shape, hint of left spin. Would be a crazy ending to this match. Technically, the more pressure got on both of them, the more they produced. That would be like 3 breaker runs in the last 3 racks. Possibly a clearance and 3 breaker runs. Did land a little bit over angle on this 5 ball. So could play with top left spin to get back to the center of the table. Not a big fan of going around the 7 because you're crossing your positional area and it's easy to play it either too firm or too soft and end up with no shot on the 6. Oh, he did feel the speed perfectly. Look at this. He's landed straight in on the 6 ball. Excellent shot there. Now this 7-8 combination. Gotta be careful not to lose the 7 ball. Sometimes you'll make the 7 behind the 8 as well. And it will be a long 9. Ooh. It looked a little nervy, that stroke. 2 balls to get to the semis. Hell Hill. Simon Attila at the table for a medal. Oh, he's left himself 50-yard line. He's left himself a little longer. This is to crush Tom Kurtz's hopes for a medal with a break and run. Can he handle the nerves? Simon Attila. Does handle the nerves. What a finish to this match. Gotta say, great performance from this young man from Austria, but also have to feel a little bit for Tom there. Played a great match. 2 comebacks in this match. 4-1 down, 4 each, and then 7-4 down, 7 each. So tough one for the young man, but that's how it goes. So thank you all for tuning in. I do believe we will start very shortly with the semifinal, so hopefully you can join me again, Tim de Ruyter in the booth. Hopefully we'll see you very soon.
Players, could you please take your seats and the referees prepare the tables. Welcome back to the final day of the Predator European Youth Pool Championship, presented by Therme Olimia Resort and organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. We're with 9-ball and it's time for our semi-finals. On table 7 with the girls from Poland, Julia Babica. And the Turkish Cypriot, Sevimsu Yazgarikan. On table 5 with the under-19s, it's an all-Austrian match featuring Simon Attila and Markus Schleindler. On table 4 with the under-17s from Poland, Jakub Krobot. And from Portugal, Ruben Gomez. Into the arena on table 3 with the under-17s from Germany, Linus Leitmann. And his opponent from Poland, Viktor Kaczmarek. Onto our stream tables. On table 2 with the girls from Sweden, Linnea Hjalmarström. And her opponent from Croatia, Tina Gulic. And finally, on table 1 with boys under-19s, from Norway, Robin Hauge Peterson. And his opponent from Lithuania, Jokubas Silanchivas. Your referees for the semi-finals are, on table 7, Gintaras Petrovas of Lithuania. On table 5, Alexander Vulovic of Serbia. On table 4, Florian Rettenbacher of Austria. On table 3, Pentti Seppänen of Finland. On table 2, Marius Karolinas of Lithuania. And finally, on table 1, Daniel Meyerhofer of Switzerland. Players, you may...
Fans around the world watching live, we're back with another action-packed semi-final. Our featured match on this table, Jokubas Silanchivas versus Robin Hauge Peterson. As the MC just introduced the players, what a match we have in prospect. Both players in a rich vein of form. Robin Hauge Peterson, he's been doing well in this European Championships. He started in the straight pool division last 16, just failed to get to the quarterfinals. In the 8-ball, he went to the final and won silver there. 10-ball was a disappointing run for the young man from Norway. Last 32, and now he's back in the semi-finals, all to play for. And of course his opponent, the Estonian super talent Jokubas Silanchivas. Well, what can you say about this man? He started off with a silver medal in the straight pool division. Then he went on to claim the title, gold, the first for Estonia in the 10-ball division. And in the 8-ball, he reached the semifinals, so another bronze medal. And this time around, again, guaranteed with a bronze medal, but he's of course chasing that elusive gold medal. As he gets the match underway, we see the first rack, a successful break, legal break, and also a shot on the 2. The 5, the obvious problem for Jokubas to run this rack. And the other thing as well is, you know, off the 4, he needs to address that dilemma. So if he is attacking, which is looking like that, he'll definitely... My bad. It's Lithuania. I actually made a mistake. So I do apologize. It is Lithuania, of course. He overran his cue ball here, although I think he can just see the edge of the 9. And that's exactly what he needs. He doesn't want to run full into the 9 here. He needs a quarter ball contact on the 9 to guarantee that he will not hook himself behind the 9. So let's see if he can get enough screw on this cue ball just to hit the edge of the 9. No, opted for a safety shot there. And the cue, well, the 4 ball is just past the 9 and the 5 to hook him. But it is looking like Robin can see the bottom rail here. The only problem with that is the 8 ball is always in the way. That's why he's going the other side. That was the correct shot there. It gave him much better opportunities there in terms of getting it safe. So a good shot there by Robin Hauge. Clever shot there by Jokubas. Knew that there was a lot of chance to put his opponent back in trouble once again. Having done so, he's forced a mistake by his opponent, Jokubas. Now he's got a great chance to put the first rack on his name. Just needs to make sure that he leaves himself nicely on the 6 here. Doesn't want to do anything with the 9. That's why he's opting to go just screw past the face of the 9. And from this area of the table, it's much easier to avoid running into the 9. As I said at the top of the program, this young man from Lithuania is really in some good stroke. He's been to the latter part of all the disciplines so far, so we expect to see a lot of great putting and positional play from this man. Looking to cross the table for the 9 in the same pocket. So it's Jokubas that takes the first rack. Came out on top of that tactical exchange, as we see here in our other featured table, table 2 live stream, also provided with live commentary. It's in the girls division, the semi-final. As we turn our attention back to our table, where we see Robin Hauge to break for the first time in this semi-final. Of course, it helps when you're playing this match with a referee. You don't have to rack them yourself. You can just sit in the in your chair, and of course, and try and compose yourself. Robin Hauge with a beautiful break there. Nice spread on the balls here, and the only thing you could potentially see go wrong is the positional side from the 4 to the 5. But this is a great chance for the man from Norway to level the scores. Just needs to make sure he doesn't run into the 8 or the 9, but he can do so going around the left side of the 6, so this shot here should be the pathway towards a break and run. Interesting shot selection there. Opted to just stop the cue ball rather than punch it up and down. Yeah, that was a good shot there on the 7. Needed to get some purchase on the cue ball. And also the position from the 8 to the 9 seems to be very good indeed. Nicely executed break and run there by Robin Hauge Peterson. Solid start from the young man from Norway, so 1-all the scores. Of course, these players are playing to book their place in the final. So, of course, you want to know what's the other semi-final going on. Well, as I just have a look at the draw here, the other semi-final that is simultaneously going on in this under 19 European Championships is between Attila Seyman and Markus Schleindler from Austria. That's an all-Austrian affair. So that's a little bit bittersweet, of course, for the Austrian participants, but nicely represented in this 9-ball division. It's Attila who's 2-0 up in that match as we turn our attention back to the second break from Jokubas. And unfortunately for Jokubas, that was not a legal break. He has spotted the ball, but the 3-point rule is in action here, so Robin in with a chance to steal one rack of the break of his opponent. Be interesting to see whether he can draw his cue ball back towards the left side. That way it would be a lot easier to play position on the 5. I don't know whether he can just draw it back straight here. Well, he's going forward. And he's fluked the 2. But still, he's not out of trouble just yet, because the 9 and the 8 is in his way to play position on the 5. That's why I thought he could possibly have played position on the left side of the table. Yeah, he was always going to run into the 9 and the 8 there. And this shot now is far from easy. It's one of those that if you make it, you're probably gonna win the rack, but if you miss, it's hard to get it safe. What a nice shot he's played there. A great shot by Robin Hauge. It's looking like he will play position for the combination on the 7-8. From this angle it's very hard to play pinpoint position on the 7. Of course it does go into the left center pocket, but this is the more sensible option. Nicely done there. Of course, it's always a little risk involved when you play anything other than a full ball combination. But he played it in such a pace where he thought he would give himself the best chances to leave himself a pot at the 7. Done well there. Of course, this 9 isn't potted just yet. Needs to make sure that he applies well on the shot. That seemed to skid for me from where I was sitting, but Maybe it was a miss altogether. Nevertheless, Jakubas back at the table. Robin being attacked by the other table's cue ball. Survived a couple of scares on his break, Jakubas. Robin Hauge to break after this once again. In the other semi-final, it is Attila Seyman, who is now taken a 3-0 lead on his compatriot, Markus Schleindler. As we take a closer look to Robin Hauge's second break. Once again, a very solid break indeed. Where is that 2-ball gonna end? Well, there's your answer. A pretty straightforward opening shot on the 2 here. Don't know whether he got the angle to avoid running into the side rail. Maybe he can't. Although it's tough to tell from this angle here whether he's got a full enough angle on the 2 to just putt this with some forward spin. He did, so realistically, if he leaves himself a nice angle on the 4, the only thing that could go wrong is the positional side of the 4 to the 6. Other than that, it's hard to see how this could go wrong. Yeah, this time around he needs to go around the right side behind the back of the 6. He's desperately trying to avoid running into the 6 though. That could really spoil the party here on the positional side of the shot. He wants to avoid, well, he did run into the 6. And he's still in with a nice shot here on the 6. In this scenario, getting the 6 is much more important than try to be too perfect with your cue ball. Just make sure you putt the 6. Don't take your eye off the putt. Use the entire pocket there, but still in control. This time around, make sure to putt the 9 to level the scores. Once again, another break and run by the young man from Norway. So, in terms of breaking, he's been the better of the 2. Still early days, of course. As you see here in your screen, this is an overview of some of the matches coming up. Today is the last day, so it's full of action. A lot of latter part business end of several divisions coming up. Of course, today we'll be focusing on the 9-ball. We do have the teams event as well. Make sure you stay tuned, and one way to guarantee is to subscribe on our YouTube channel and turn on the notification button. You don't have to be present all the time, but just make sure you turn on the notification button, and then you'll be notified as soon as we go live once again. Jokubas this time around with a successful break, and I don't know whether he'll be tempted to try and make this combination on the 2-9. Other than that, I don't really see any valuable attacking options here for the man from Lithuania. This time around gets the hook on the 9, and the 3-ball being so close to the rail does present some problems here for his opponent. So that safety shot has forced an error from his opponent, and that is always very satisfying as a player if you can develop chances not only from attacking, also from the tactical side of the game. Might have to take this 5 on the long shot in the top right corner pocket. It's easier to control his cue ball that way. Nicely cued. First glance, it seems like the 8 does not pass the 9, so yeah, he's looking to get enough backspin on this cue ball. He should be able to avoid the middle pocket. The shot needs a little bit solid cueing, and he's done so. Great shot there by Jokubas. And that surely guarantees the finish of this rack for him. It's 3-2 in favor of the young man from Lithuania. Robin Hauge with his third break. So far he's been 2 for 2. Break and runs on his break. And unfortunately for him, the 3-point rule is in operation and he's failed to pass that test. And he leaves his opponent with a great chance here to counter on his break. You could see that Jokubas had to play a very delicate positional shot there. Couldn't really afford to play it a lot harder. Played it to perfection though, has to be said. He's got options here. He can draw his cue ball back or go forward with a little bit of left English. Chose the latter option. Usually a tell sign of a player in form. Not only they're playing well, that is needless to say, but they're also seeing things very clearly. And that is really something that only happens when you are in good stroke and you're confident. Sometimes if you're not confident, even the most seemingly easy layouts can still look very tough. But that is certainly not the case with this young man at the table. He's brimming with confidence, that's for sure. And again, it's hard to see this go wrong from this position. So for the first time, he'll get a 2-rack lead and gets the break after this. Nicely done by Jokubas. Meanwhile, in the other semi-final, the all-Austrian affair, Attila took a 3-0 lead in that one, but his opponent, Marcus, has made a comeback. It's now 3-2 in favor of Attila. A lot to play for in that match, of course. The winner of this match will meet the winner of that match in the final showdown of this European Championship edition, held here in the gorgeous city of Podcetrtek in Slovenia. As we see Jokubas trying to produce his first break and run of the match. This would be an ideal scenario, having taken the lead 4-2 up. that is a legal break, but the opening shot here seems to be the most difficult one. I'm not 100% convinced that he is even going for the attack here. Or is he? Oh, that one. I thought it would have dropped. And it's just stayed over the hole there. But make no mistake, yes, of course, the jump is very doable, but trying to control your cue ball is very hard, even if the cue ball wouldn't have been hooked here. So yes, making the pot seems pretty obvious, but can he control his cue ball? That was always going to be the hardest part of that shot. And looking from this angle, I don't know whether Robin is even tempted to continue attacking. I mean, he can possibly bank this 2 in the middle, right middle pocket, but not a lot of value in that shot. Might as well just try and pick a good safety spot here. Well, he did go for the attack there. And he's been fortunate. He's been very fortunate indeed. Jokubas was also a bit fortunate with that jump shot. Did try to pot the 2. But 2 just grazed the 3, and now this seems like a big shot in the context of the match for Robin Hauge. On his left, it's safe. Fascinating jump save sequence we're watching here. Nicely executed safety return there by Jokubas. That is as played. This time around doesn't get the full hook on the 2, but it's looking like Jokubas has a very simple shot, the dump shot, where you send the object ball to one side and the cue ball on the other side. He could use the 7 and the 9 if he wants to as blockers, but he is looking at a different safety option, maybe thin off to 2. A little bit more risk involved. Maybe better reward, of course, if he pulls it off. Or is he looking to attack the 2 here? Well, he definitely didn't play the double kiss there. And Robin should be able to see the edge, the left side of the 2. So it's looking like he will send his cue ball up the table, going towards the, in this angle, bottom left corner pocket with his cue ball, and try and hold the 2 ball in the vicinity where it is sitting right now. The 5 and the 6 as blockers, and this is a full hook on the 2. So again, another jump shot coming up over the distance. Never easy over the distance. Yeah, you can see trying to pot the 2 is definitely feasible, but the positional side of the shot is very tough. Don't know whether Robin is 100% all in on the attack here. Well, he definitely was, and what a great shot he's pulled off there. There was a lot that could have gone wrong in that shot. He even gently grazed the 6, but still managed to control his cue ball, and now looking good to close the gap a little bit. Once again, he just overran his cue ball ever so slightly, so once again he might have to go around the table once more, looking at 3, maybe even 4 rails now to play position on the 7. Well, just to keep it simple. Key shot coming up. Yeah, it was never going to be an easy shot. There was a lot of pressure on that shot, and unfortunately for him, it could not have landed worse. Jakubas looking to play 2 stop shots to double his lead. Takes a quick timeout as we take the opportunity to see what's been going on the other tables. As you can see in your screen, we do have another featured live stream table. That's in the girls division. Attila Seymen versus Markus Schleindler, both young men from Austria. They are out in table number 5, contesting the other semi-final in this under 19 European Championships. So that's looking well poised as well. We'll be right back shortly until Jokubas returns to his seat, as well as Robin Hauge. as both players have just returned. We just had a quick overview of the live stream schedule. Of course, we are approaching the final day and the final stages of the 9-ball division in both the under 19, under 17, as well as the under 17 and 19 in the girls division. And we do have the climax of the team event as well. So it's an action-packed day here in Podcetrtek in Slovenia. Jakubas taking control over this semi-final. So Robin Hauge, he did start off the match with 2 break and runs, and he seemed to be playing really nice. But right now it is Jakubas who is dictating the play here, and it feels like that Robin is ever so slightly losing time. Really needs to start stamping his authority once again back in this match. Otherwise he could see this match run away from him. He done well there. Of course, the advantage does lie in the hand of Jakubas. You could play a better safety shot here. Don't know whether he can just send the 1 ball through the gap of the 5 and the 2 and possibly try and hook him with a cue ball behind the 6. Well, just try to stick and land on the 5, and that's an excellent shot, Terme, because he's tried to block the right side of the table, although there might be a small gap here for Robin. Needs to use 2 rails, of course, but as is always the task, it's not only about hitting the object ball. Can you get it safe? And in first glance, you have to say he's got it safe. Jakubas is looking at a 2-way shot here. Try and make the combination on the 1 and the 9 and maybe hook the cue ball on the 4. That looks like a very advantageous shot to me, particularly where the cue ball is sitting right in front of the 2. The referee keeping a close eye on this. Yeah, that 9 ball is not going to drop. And Robin can see the putting angle on the 1 here. Not 100% convinced if I was in favor of that shot selection, but of course, with the scoreline being hugely in the favor of Jakubas, he is the one that could go for these type of risky shots rather than his opponent. An important visit here at the table for the young man from Norway. Really needs to start making the most out of every opportunity he gets. Let's not forget, it's a race to 8 and his opponent is more than halfway there. You know, in a strange way, he might have done himself any actual favors there, because the cue ball should not be able to. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. So This is a tough escape here for Jakubas, and not only if and only if he does not foul can he get his cue ball back in the open. Yeah, it was one of those situations where the miss on the 2 actually worked in favor of Robin Hauge, just because of the position of the other balls, particularly the 8 ball there. And now all of a sudden it's a much better opportunity than the previous one, particularly that he's got ball in hand here. As you can see, both players are being officiated by our referee here in charge. Unfortunately for Robin, he's landed awkward here on the 4 because he can't really get towards the right side of the table. Might have to play a power screw shot here with some right spin. Try and check the cue ball. And that was a nice shot played there by a young man from Norway. That was the only way to get to the right side of the table. Still needs to make sure of the pot here on the 5. That could and possibly should be the last difficult shot here in this rack for him. Nicely done. Back in control now. Can come off the bottom rail and the left side rail to run his cue ball towards the 7. And that was a delicate positional shot. As you could see, he was a little bit reluctant to play this with more speed. That's why it took a little bit more time. Took the option to ask for an extension. Let us see a little bit of his cueing mechanics. Nice pause in his backswing. Very important for any professional player. It's the best way to guarantee yourself with a nice solid stroke. Is when you draw your cue back, have a little pause there, and then generate the power that you are after. So, as we said at the start of this rack, important visit, and Robin keeps his hope alive. Still with a lot of work to be done, but at least he's now closed the gap a little bit further. 3-5, he trails. Jokubas with a legal break there. Unfortunately, not a straightforward opening shot here on the 1. It's looking like he wants to control the 1 off the edge of the 4 to play safe. Or is he trying to pot the 1? Based from the position of his cue ball, you tend to think he's trying to control the 1 off the edge of the 4. Yep, that's exactly why he was trying to play it, but unfortunately he's not left the 1 ball safe here. Robin with a beautiful opening shot there on the 1. That was a delicate yet difficult putting first opening shot there by him. Could use 2 rails here to play position on the 3. Needs to bounce a little bit further though, his cue ball. Be a little bit disappointed with the amount of distance he's left himself on the 3 here. Don't know whether he can stun across the face of the 4 here to try and pot the 4 in the bottom right corner pocket. Doesn't need to do anything advantageous with his cue ball. He can leave the 6 for the top right corner pocket, just like so. It's one of those where it feels like just because of the angle on the 6, the cue ball would even get a little bit closer to the 8, so he can afford to draw it back just like that, just to be absolutely sure he doesn't leave himself awkward on the 8. Doesn't have to take the 8 in the right side pocket, of course. He can even top this one through. Yeah, I feel that was the better shot positional wise. That is devastating for the young man from Norway. Unfortunately, in any semi-final, you can't afford to let these types of opportunity slip out of your hands. And what seemed to be a great opportunity to close the gap now all of a sudden could be a pivotal moment in this match. I bet Jokubas cannot believe he's back at the table. And with that 9, Jokubas once again retains his 3-rack lead. Goes up 6-3, gives us the opportunity to have a closer look to the other tables. Well, they are of course trying to book their place in the final, where they will meet the winner of Attila Seyman versus Markus Schleindler. That's an all-Austrian affair. In the other semi-final, Attila is taking a lead in that one, 6-4 up. And what a psychological blow that must be for Robin Hauge. And of course, he's not got any timeouts left as well. So really needs to do some work in a chair. Something you hear these former professionals talk about a lot. It's not only about doing work at the table. Sometimes you have to do some mental work in the chair. And boy, was he bitterly disappointed to miss the 8 there. He could do with a quick turnover here. Nice break with a beautiful layout. So if he can clear the table swiftly here, it's a good way to put that mistake out of your mind. Oh no. The wheels have come off, I'm afraid, for this young man. There is no reason at all for him to land there behind the 5. And within one shot, he's put himself under a huge amount of pressure. Yeah, and that's not gonna work out nice for him. Cuba's in with a great opportunity to put himself on the hill, up to break next as well. Could there be another twist in this match? Sure, he had to generate a bit more power, but in all honesty, didn't even get close to the pocket. And what a let off here for the young man from Norway. Needs to regain his composure and his focus. There's two ways in playing position on the 8 here, or you can try and incorporate the side rail or go directly off one rail. I think this way is always a little bit easier to control the cue ball. And he's landed perfect on the 8 here. Nice angle to putt this 8 and get his cue ball come off the side rail a little bit further. Just like that. And what a let off for this man, where he, right off the break after the first pot, put himself in a world of trouble, and somehow, some way, he got another chance in that rack. Closes the deficit, now only trailing 4-6, but it is Jokubas to break, of course, in the 11th rack coming up. Referee, as you can see, is trying to gauge whether that is a legal or illegal break. Well, there's your answer. It is a illegal break. Robin back at the table, although this is far from being straightforward. And in all honesty, that was a poor shot. There was a lot of balls to hook the two with the cue ball, and somehow he's left Jakubas with a great opportunity to put his opponent in some trouble. So, in all honesty, that is more of a unforced error rather than a forced error. And there you go. This position was a lot easier to achieve, all born out of the safety error by Robin Hauge. Worrying times here for the young man from Norway. Once again, never really got close in that escape attempt. So the obvious question is, where does the 6-ball putt into? It's hard to tell whether it is possible in the puttable, sorry, in the right center pocket. If not, that does need some sort of development or a creative shot here by Jakubas. Jakubas looking at the line of the side rail to go towards the 5 here. Even if his cue ball runs into the 7 or 8, he should still be fine and land on the 5 here. Well, gone around the back of the 7 and the 8. Well, I guess we'll find out shortly where the 6-ball does putt. Apparently it putts in the side pocket, and if it does, this is a great chance here by Jakubas to put himself on the hill. Also left himself a perfect angle here on the 6, just to... I thought the 7 could pass the 8. Maybe it doesn't in the bottom right corner pocket. Well, it clearly does not. That's why he's drawing this cue ball back. And has he overran this? Well, the answer is no, but there's a lot of pressure on this next ball here. This is far from being over. Key shot here coming up. And what a gorgeous shot that was. Never touched the sides. And that could be the final blow towards his opponent. Just 2 putts away to put himself in a very good position to finish off this match. Of course, it is a race to 8, so it's not completely done just yet, but well, being 7-4 down, you will always need some sort of assistance from your opponent. Although he unnecessarily made this 9 ball a little bit tougher. The positional shot from the 8 was a little bit sloppy, but again, the 9 ball did not touch the side of the pocket, so Jokubas in a commanding lead here. As we have a quick look on what's been going on the other table. Well, the other semi-final, which the winner of this match will meet the winner of that match. That's an all-Austrian affair between Attila Seyman versus Markus Schleindler, and that's all to play for in that match. It's 7-6 in favor of Attila Seyman. So both matches creeping towards the conclusion. But I'm sure this young man from Norway has something to say about that. Interestingly enough, Jokubas didn't even bother to get out of his chair. Immediately put his opponent back in because it was not a legal break. Unfortunately for Robin Hauge, got very close in that putting attempt. By doing so, he's left the 1 over the hole. And could this be his final rack in this European Championship? Gorgeous positional shot there by Jokubas. Gets in nice and close in on the 3. And one good positional shot here from the 4 to the 5. And he should be off and running to finish out this match. Just stayed down on the shot a little fraction of a second longer because he was desperately trying to be able to cue in, between the gap of the 8 and the 9, and now his cueing is a little bit hampered. This could cause some difficulties for him. Well, nicely done, and he's very close to the finishing line here now, Jokubas. As I said at the top of the program, he's been in fine form in this year's European Championship edition. He took the gold in 10 ball, reached the final in straight pool, took the bronze in 8 ball, and he's about to book his place in the final in the 9 ball. So huge congratulations to the young man from Lithuania. Jokūbas Silanchivas prevails as he's the winner of this match, and he will await the winner of Attila Seyman versus Marcus Scheindler, still going on that other semifinal in favor of Attila. Thanks for your time and attention, and keep an eye on the stream as we will be back with the finals and conclusion of the European Championships.
Even more, so that you leave clusters. If you miss, you go 1, 2, and this one opens.
Yeah, but I had ball here, and I could see.
No, it was okay. Huh?
No, I couldn't play like without stem.
You don't need speed because it's gonna roll down. We don't need to. You don't need to play spin because it's nice because of the roll. Yeah, you just go there. Like there, hop.
Yeah, but I had to kill a little bit.
Huh?
I had to kill.
This is the shot. Yeah. See how down it goes. Look at the angle that you get. See? That's the shot.
Yeah, but I wanted to kill.
But why? It makes no sense because you're coming here behind. You're coming like this.
Yeah, but
This one opens.
there is a ball. And I'm shooting. Thanks. There is the ball and I'm shooting. I think
It was like this.
yeah, I had to kill a little bit.
Hey, listen. Then when it's a distance, if you want to get one diamond shorter, you need to play. Don't just kill it. You need to play it with opposite side. So when it's close, when there is distance of one drift, play with one tip spin. Yeah, one right, and you're gonna get it one diamond low, higher. But it was a good game. It was a monster game. You played like a beast. Except why did you play that one so hard? When you're talking, you also go. You don't need to play position forever. You will just play a stop shot. You can a little angle, go back to the game, and that will be a stupid shot. Over top.
Ladies and gentlemen, our finals will be getting underway at 12:25, which is approximately 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
she wants to have picture with all of you since we are all here. Julia, come. They're all here. Practice is over. Huh?
Go get the water.
Yeah, take the water, but fast. Yeah. Go fast. I'm shaking. Okay, girls, let's go there.
They need, table 3 needs to know that they go
They know.
through
They know.
Okay, good.
Table 3 go first. Just now, should we prepare the table for the way? Yes.
After 8 days of highs and lows, glory and heartbreak, it's time to see who will take home the last individual gold medals at the Predator European Youth Pool Championships. Presented by Therme Olimia Resort and organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. So let's meet our athletes. On table 3, it's the under-19 final. And firstly, representing Austria, welcome Seaman Attila. and his opponent from Lithuania, Jokubas Silanchivas. We're on to table 2 with our under-17 final, and representing Portugal, will you welcome Ruben Gomez. And his opponent from Poland, Viktor Kaczmarek. And finally, on table 1, it's the girls' final. Will you welcome, from Sweden, Linnea Hjalmarström. And from Poland, Julia Babica. Your referees in charge of the action. On table 3, Eva Poskitilova of Czechia. On table 2, Vladislav Belkovs of Latvia. And here on table 1, Alan Bujas of Croatia. Players, you may lag for the break.
Welcome back everybody to the final day of the Predator European Youth Championships in Podcetrtek, Slovenia. We've reached the finals, and what a great matchups do we have for you all. On this table we have Linnea Hjalmarström from Sweden taking on Julia Babica from Poland. The game is 9-ball, it's a race to 6. We are alternating the break and the 3-point rule is in effect. In the commentary booth for this match is Joris van Amersfoort and myself, Tim de Ruyter. Welcome, Joris.
Thank you. Welcome, Tim. Excited match we have here. Of course, a big name. Linnea already won gold in the 10-ball division and silver in the 8-ball. So she's looking to be the most popular girl in in pool at the moment in Europe. So another final for her. And her opponent, Julia Babica. Of course, she's the daughter of Radoslav. And she already booked quite some results also. 3rd place at 8 balls and at 10 balls in Poland. And as it looks like this is going to be her biggest achievement here at the European Championships.
Yeah, quite indeed. It will be Linnea breaking the balls in the first rack. I have to say, I don't really think Linnea has been tested a lot yet so far in this tournament. I had the pleasure of doing 2 matches of her earlier on. Just wondering what Babica can do in this final.
She's facing a pretty straight 1-ball. Nicely done. That's about the maximum she could do. So she has this shot on a 2-ball to the far corner. Or the side. So it fitted just past the 8-ball. And now she's in prime position. Where you can see that the 6-ball is a little bit blocked by the 9. So she needs to have some kind of Nice position on the 6. And to get there, we will see now how she will take it on. The 5 to the side and bring the cue ball to the short side of the 6. That looks like her objective.
Yeah, has to draw the cue ball over. Quite sure she won't be able to get to the bottom short rail to go one rail over to the right side of the 6. So low left. Yeah, a little bit of a bigger cut on the 6 maybe than she would have liked to, but doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball.
Nicely done. That pace really helped to drop in the pocket. So nice angle on the 7.
Yeah, definitely is going to put her in a great mindset if she runs this out. It's always nice to start the final with a break and run. Really gives you a nice confidence boost. She struggled a little bit in the semifinal in the first part, I would say. I mean, the first 4 or 5 games were not that great for her, but then she started to get going, and now she starts to get going from the beginning.
Yeah, perfect break and run. And besides this break and run, I also think that positional wise, she did a great job. She wasn't all over the place. She already found some kind of a rhythm and the pace of the table. And of course, settled down her nerves apparently. I'm curious to see how the nerves will be with Julia.
Yeah, I only know that, for example, Julia also has played some hayball before in Poland. I do remember she's done pretty well at, I'm not sure what kind of event, but she finished high in a hayball event. So yeah, I haven't really seen her play much in the last year. I only seen updates come by. So it will be interesting to see how well she plays at this point. She is in the final of a European Championships.
Surely she can pot some balls then.
Yeah, did catch the break too full. Yeah, where to push to? Difficult push. Most of the positions where you're going to push to, you're going to leave either the 1 open or quite easy safety. Probably bring the cue ball to the top side of the 5. Bank the 1 underneath the 4.
Where's the 1 ball going? Yeah, she got lucky there. And, well, maybe she feels like let's test some more luck. Bank the 2 ball.
For me, it depends if the 3 ball does go by the 8. If it doesn't go, I don't really think it makes much sense to bank the 2, but this tells me it might go, and well, that's 2 rolls in a row. First she fluked the 1, and now she's got the hook behind the 3 ball.
And that little notch on the 3 ball, even if it didn't pass, it should pass right now. So How's the luck of Linnea? He sees lucky there too. Found some cover behind the brown 7. As you can see, Julia's right-handed, so she won't be able to jump it. Playing rail first behind the 7. And this is not going to be safe. So Linnea already checked if the 3 passes the 8 ball. And by the looks of it, passes completely towards the full pocket. Of course, can be a little bit of a distraction, such an 8 ball that's in the way of your vision. Yeah, I really feel that it's the 8 ball that was occurring this mistake, the miss by Linnea. And Julia back at the table.
Well, does have a nice safety here, 3 into the 6. The only thing I'm surprised about is I think she was really trying to play the cue ball behind the 8. She could have played the cue ball all the way on top of the orange 5 ball.
Oh, that's a great shot. Linnea put cue ball behind the 8. Object ball also safe there, close to that 7. And the 9 is a little bit in the way if you want to kick it from below. So difficult out here. Trying to kick below or under the 9. I'm not quite sure that line is available. I don't think so. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, really had to bend the cue ball with low left if she wanted to play this, but I think she actually just tried to stun it. Not enough on the ball. Now, actually, back in the day, well, still the winners of the... Oh, she's missed ball in hand. Whoa.
She did. Well, that's kind of a loss of focus there. That's absolutely unnecessary.
Well, this is a 3rd match in a row they've been playing, so that could be coming into this match as well. Could be a little bit of a factor.
It wasn't the best of the shots by Julia. She's now facing quite some angle on this 4 ball, and the 5 is over there too. So it's going to be a hard time to make the 4 and keep position on the 5. Probably slow roll this. Nicely done. Just made it.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the winners of each discipline, they get a ticket to play in the World Junior Championships in Spain this year. But now, back in the day, if there was someone that won the championship, for example, 2 titles, back in the day, the 2nd place in the 9-ball division would still get the wild card.
Aha.
Now, with the official discipline being 10-ball nowadays, according to the WPA, I'm not too sure if it's still that same rule, if they are using the number 2 in the 10 or in the 9-ball. But it could mean that Julia has qualified also for World Juniors, if the same rules apply.
Yeah, that would be awesome for her. In the meantime, I assume some kind of nerves are a little bit interfering with the concentration of Julia. Again, she made not only a miss on the 6, but look at the position of the cue ball close to the 7 ball that she had to play next. Not there yet in this final, Julia. And Linnea is gladly to pick up the pieces left by Julia. Well done.
Yeah, don't forget Linnea also a lot of success already in the women's game, European Championships women's, and the Women Euro Tour. She's had high finishes there.
Plus, she has a gold medal at Hebel World Championships.
In the juniors, yes.
In the juniors, yes. But still, a golden medal.
Yeah, I mean, she's really not too shy from that stage, is she?
No, absolutely not. No, and she's participating in all the bigger tournaments. So she's absolutely the future of women pool. And yeah, maybe one of the foundations can be laid by her to develop women's sports, in especially pool and billiards. Linnea in the third rack to break, and by the looks of it, it's a dry break. And
yeah,
quickly
quite
sets.
thin on the break.
Yep, a lot of action in the cue ball after hitting the 1 ball. Not a very easy starter. Something like a 50-yard line you can take on the left or the right pocket. I think the 2 ball passes the 3 in the corner.
Yeah, and there might be an option for a 4-9 combination just in case you might get too much angle on the 3 ball, for example. So it could be a quick game too.
A bit off. Could be. It is off, that 4-9, but there's also a little bit of distance to work with.
Thing is also, it's not easy from this angle on the 3 ball to get ideal on the 4 with the 5 ball being on the bottom.
Would you have opted for the 4-9 combination here?
I don't think so, but I'm also a little bit afraid of maybe the 9 ball being in the way. Because if you nudge the 9, you might block the 5. So you have to make sure to not touch anything of the 9. I think she landed quite alright, honestly. If she had more angle, would have been more trouble.
A little bit of body
Good shot
movement,
there.
but she did avoid the kiss with the 9. So can go around the 8 ball or screw back to the rail she's standing. Looks like she's going around the 9 at the 8 ball.
On the rail.
Not the
quite
best shots.
Awkward. Yeah, did play to spin the ball over instead of maybe just a plain stun. Lost the cue ball a bit because of that.
2 times you could see quite some body movement. This shot was much better.
Well, I'm also sure if she can get this rack on the board, that she's going to move probably less on the shots. Maybe it's just pure adrenaline from the inside.
Right, not there yet. Still looking good. This 8-ball to the corner. But you gotta be alert not to be low on the 9. So you really have to cue nicely to put the effect on the cue ball. Another body movement. But she landed perfect on this 9.
Is it bad for your game if you do it every shot?
If it's embedded in your technique, then I don't think it's too bad for your result. But it's not.
Yeah,
like on this 9 ball, she stood nicely still. So I do feel that if there's pressure on a shot, that you could see that body movement a little bit more than in the normal pressure shots. So no pressure shots, the easier shots. And I do feel that. Don't you think so, Tim?
Yeah, I agree. It's only that I'm just very curious to see now. Babica has the first rack on the board. Maybe she'll settle down, and I was just wondering, maybe she does it all the time, or maybe she never does it, only when, when the adrenaline is really high.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine if it's your first final at the European Championships, that adrenaline is kicking all over your body. And the good thing for her is she now had some time at the table. Plus, she has the break in this 4th rack. So that could really help settling down. Let's see. Again, the 3 points rule is in effect. So quite some power is needed.
Yeah, dry break. Might even. Just wondering if it was illegal or not. I have a feeling it was legal with how there's a couple balls up table. This one ball not available though, so Linea will start off with a overcut safety on the 1.
Think cut on the 1. Bring the cue ball back to this side of the table. She fluked in the ball in the side pocket. And therefore she has to continue. Another safety needed, or is he taking on the bank? No, she's not. She did not find cover behind the free ball, and I do think that this cut is on. Of course, if Julia fancies this cut shot, but I would have taken it on.
I don't know, it's a pretty big cut. You have to also spin the ball probably to get away from the scratch in the side. Well, she did play with a lot of side.
Probably more than she expected to grab. She sent the cue ball all the way down table. She jumped over the 2 ball. Wasn't it, Tim? I think she flew over it.
Yeah. I actually think her aiming was alright, but she put too much power into the ball. I mean, it's
Probably
scary too
yeah.
because with the the adrenaline, and then you also have the fact that you don't want to understrike it and not even give yourself a try to get over the ball. But then that combination, the two of them, I think that might have cost a little bit too much.
So the 5 ball is still quite interesting because by the looks of it, normally you could play easily for the 5 to the corner, but it's not going towards that pocket where the 8 ball is laying, and it doesn't go to the other side because the 9 is in the way. So I think she has to land underneath the 5 here.
Yeah, could play side pocket. No, the 5 must go then.
Yeah, it's not a full pocket.
Well, she's missed a ball before. Well, she's got a little bit more this time though.
Yeah, indeed, it's
She
better
has-
than I expect.
She has missed a 3 ball earlier also because of the 8. So the 8 is really trying to spoil the party so far in this match.
Absolutely right. The 8 ball is not her friend at the moment. No, she's not. Left a very easy starter for Julia. It doesn't go past the 9 ball or easily, so she has to play it in the other pocket, call the extension. And cue ball is going towards a direction that's not direct.
Illegal break.
Yes, we are back again. Sorry for that. I hope everybody is okay and tuned back in. We had a loss of internet connection in Slovenia, but we are back. And as you can see, the scoreboard is 2-all, so we missed out what happened during the end of last rack, but apparently Julia has won that rack. So it's 2-all now. My name is Joris van Amersfoort and I'm doing this commentary together with my mate Tim de Ruiter. But I don't think Tim is back, so hopefully he can join us quickly. In the meantime, Julia at the table, she overrun a little bit on that 4 ball. I'm not quite sure if she takes this on. Because, yeah, she was taking it on. Sending the cue ball all the way back. Trying to get on the 5 that was on the other side. It was an interesting choice to go for. Now Linnea on a longer 4 shot. Well shot, well cued. And you can see the quality of Linnea. Stayed down on the shot perfectly. Screwing back 3 rails out. Bumped into the 8, which really didn't help because now after contact with the 6, she will run into the 7. And she has to somehow calculate the touch on the 7, probably send the 7 towards the same pocket. She did. And landed perfect.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what happened in the last rack. Linia did have a good opportunity there to make it 3-1.
Ah, you know that, Tim. That opportunity, that 3-1.
Well, there was a shot at 2-1. She had an open chance, and it was an open layout. But then we had some technical issues. But I'm glad we're back. At least it's 2 each, a race to 4.
Yeah, good to have you back too, Tim. So, another up and down shot. Linia, a little bit slow. So that 9 ball is pretty much stuck on the rail. Let's see if she plays this with some spin. It looks like it. She's playing this with a lot of draw on it.
Wow. Good cueing.
Yeah. Not quite sure. A lot of people would have taken that 9 ball with some draw. Would you have played it with draw, right?
I did like just center ball. I would always play maybe a drip of right spin, but not a draw.
Indeed.
I think
Not
it
a
makes
draw,
it more
no.
sensitive.
Yeah. Well, apparently Linnea really feels strong in that type of shot. And I can't blame her because she made it.
If she makes it, she's right.
Absolutely. And she's back in the lead again in this final against Julia Babica from Poland. She's not the only Polish pool player in this final rounds. At the other table you can see the same shirt, probably playing a jump shot here. And it's up to Julia to break in the 6th rack. See if she can make a ball this time. Yes. And it's a legal break too. But the object ball is not in a nice position. So
Well, not to go
Yeah.
offensive, but can she get to the left side to bring the cue ball back down table?
and miss contact with the 8.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. She can with a lot of tops with left. She took on the bank. And that's all out on that shot. And if you take a look at the position on the 2 ball, that 2 ball is never going to pass to the that 3 ball. So it was a little bit of a reckless shot, I think, to take on. Where there wasn't really a benefit. But you could easily sell out.
Gotta say, the ball's not laying too horrible. Just a little bit queuing over the 4 now. And a slight angle to the right. So might have to stun around the 9 ball to play the 4 in the bottom left.
Or stay at the left side of the 9. No. It went in between.
Oh.
Enforced error. And although Linnea is showing some better pool than Julia at the moment, the scoreline is only 3-2. And if this is not going to work for Linnea, the final is getting shorter and shorter to get into a comfortable lead to win it.
Well, especially if you can get this match, like let's say it would be 4 each. You know, in 9-ball it can easily go real funny 2 or 3 games.
Absolutely.
So she has to be careful too, you know, like I mean, obviously she's not doing it on purpose, but just got to be careful not to leave the last couple balls open for Julia to pick him up.
Great shot. Missed the 8, and that kiss on the 7 is not too bad. Has a little angle on the 6 ball, so she could go forward. She's not going forward, she's stopping it there probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I would take the medicine. Just if only you make the 7 and can stop the cue ball, you're good.
Easy said, but can she do that task? Just stop it there. She can. Great cueing.
Same thing, I wouldn't really start stunning the ball, I'm just probably killing the cue ball here. See, when you start running the cue ball with stun or into that rail, you can land funny. If you kill the cue ball or just slide draw, you're always going to be kind of straight on the 9.
Yeah,
Nothing
somewhere
off
close
angle.
to the center of the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
She was trying to punch an angle out, which I'm not sure if she had, and this is a tricky 9.
It was. And it's a miss. So Linnea back at the table, facing this bank shot to the side. 50%? 43% I give it. Close, but unfortunately for Linnea, it got a jaw and rolled in quite an interesting position, because Julia can take this on to the side pocket, but on these Predator arc tables you can make it, but it's not that easy. They're not very wide. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what I just said earlier for Linnea. She really has to step it up. She took her timeout, so that means actually Babica might be in a very good position. She's putting the Swede under pressure.
Yeah, because also, like you said, you don't want to go to 4-4 for each. Meaning, if the score is now 3-3, she has to win the next 2 racks to go up 5-3. Otherwise, the tension will be there in this final. So Linnea has a 5 minutes break maximum. And if you enjoy the pool on this stream, And then you are up for a treat today because it's gonna be all the way up to tonight with some finals. We've got the teams going on. So more matches is going to be on your TV screen, I hope.
Yeah, the teams, I think, the most exciting format with the 3 matches going on. Just a lot of pressure all around the room in general, especially when you go when you know you're playing that 3rd match and your team is about to be 1 each in sets. That's, I gotta say, quite interesting. I've been there before, and it's a pretty it's quite a tense moment to figure out that you're the one that has to do it. So I'm looking forward to that later on.
Because you feel pressure not only for yourself but also for your teammates.
Well, and you're representing your own country too. You know that there will be people following back home. So, yeah, everybody is tense with you. It's not just you. The whole arena starts to change. It's cool. I like it.
Nice. Yeah. Awesome.
So as you can see in the other table, now I'm starting to get blind a little bit. But it did say Ruben Gomez. I was going to guess his first name, but Ruben Gomez currently up 4-1 over Viktor Kaczmarek. And Jokubas Silanchivas is 5-1 up against Seaman Attila, which means in the under 19 we could have another player winning possibly 2 titles, which means the wild card, because they usually have 4 spots, the wild card for someone else to go will be up for grabs for some other medalist. I just don't know which one. But
if it's Nibel or Temple, you mean?
yeah, I just don't know which of the two it is, but it means that someone could have a very lucky day if Jokubas seems to win the final he's in. He's 5-1 up, and the same counts for Linia on this table. So it could be 2 players qualifying for the World Junior Championships without being the champion in the European Championships.
Well, Jacobus has shown us a massive level of pool, and he is going to be up next to the other professionals quite quickly, I expect. So it's an illegal break there by Linia, putting Julia back at the table. Maybe she's feeling the pressure already. And although Linia has already won quite some titles, she definitely wants to bring home this title of 9-ball.
I'm just wondering, could she maybe have played it thin off the 2-ball?
Sending this cue ball over the 6, you mean?
Yeah, or at least near the 6 and try to leave the 3, 5, 9 in between. Not like Linia is going to run out from this position. I think it's just laying a little bit too awkward in general. But you do give someone the opportunity to possibly run a fantastic rack.
So Linia is taking a look at the 2-ball in the top left for her side. Nicely done. She's not gonna get rewarded for it. Great putt. Now kicking on the 3, hoping to get some lucky, maybe a 3-6 combination. I expected she's going to play it quite firm. She is. He's got some
Oh,
distance and luck.
Second prize.
So a kick shot needed by Julia too. About the same. I think she's gonna hit it a little bit firmer. She is, and made it!
Ooh.
Haha! Don't you
And
just
look at
love
the
it?
shape.
Now breathe it out, Julia. Settle down for this next shot. She could play it with a little bit of inside English to stay at the right side. I hit it a little bit too firm.
Ooh.
That's still the adrenaline that's in the arm then. Now she's taking a look at the 5-9 combination, I think, Tim.
Well, the thing is, she has to cut it that direction anyways. So it's not like she has to cut the 5 that much. It might be like a half ball hit. She's going for it. She's missed it. She's fluked the 5 ball. And she still has shape on the 6.
Yeah, she made the 5 ball off the 6 towards that corner. So some fortune there. And this shot is not a fortune, it's just well played. 2 times up and down. Fallen pretty straight on the 7, but still some kind of an angle to work with. She could power draw this back to shoot the 8 in the corner.
Well, she might even be fine to just stun straight over.
Oh no, she missed it. Wow.
Yeah, also trying to
That's-
land so nicely on the 8. Cheating the pocket a little bit too much.
Yeah, and she dropped her elbow a little bit. Therefore, this miss and Linnea back at the table. Needs to roll. Well, this is tricky. How about this shot? I might even consider banking it with some left English to keep the cue ball close to the 9, but
Oh, she
she's
looks to
taking
be
on the
cutting
cut
this
shot.
8. I was gonna say I might
Oh.
play safe behind the 8, behind the 9.
Yeah, 9.
This is a big cut. Oh, sweet.
Wow. Very nicely done. Great shot.
Cue ball on the rail. Body movement could make her miss the 9, but no body movement. 4-3 now, Linnea Hjalmarström. Quite the back and forth action at the moment. Linnea, who actually started pretty decent to this match. Yeah, really all over the place. Together with Julia, actually. As you can see, the schedule, we've got 2 more matches to come today. As you can see, twice it's the teams, obviously, because we are having the 9-ball finals in any discipline right now. So the next round at 2:30 Slovenia local time is the semifinals of the teams, and 4:30 will be the final of the teams event, obviously in the under 17 and under 19 division.
And this is that most important break. And of course, rag, because it's now 4-3 to Linnea. And as you mentioned, Tim, if Julia wins this rack. It's 4 each, and it's actually like a race to 2, which is about to be a coin flip. So Linnea really has to win this one if she wants to put her feet in the favorites role.
I mean, the thing is with 9-ball, is you just never know really what's gonna happen. Like, how often have we seen the most dramatic things happen, and now suddenly someone that's never supposed to win, let's say in your local pool room, you play someone a race to 2, and the guy gets a 2-9 combination after your illegal break, and then now suddenly they break, they fluke 2 balls, and maybe they get out in some way, you know? It's just always funny.
Absolutely. And you could see Julia taking on another, well, risky shot. That bank was far from easy, but she got lucky. Linnea needs to kick 2 rails out, take the bottom rail. Oh, a little bit unlucky there. Just missed the 1 ball. So ball in hand for Julia. The balls are spread nicely, because if you land perfectly straight on a 2 ball, you can clean up the balls there, because the 3, 4 and 5 are all down there, or up there, and down here the 6, 7 and 8 and 9, so it's nice route for this rack. So she's nice on
Gotta
the 2
make
ball.
sure.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure she draws a little bit back. Unless she plays a 4 in the top left corner. Then she doesn't really have to play that delicate draw shot. But I think... No, I think she still has to play the 4 in the top left. I don't think she can go back for the 4 in the left center.
Screw it. Just over the 5 ball. Yeah, I like that.
Now, does the 6 go by the 7? Did we look at this?
I did, and it does.
Okay.
So a little screw back here on the 4 ball. A little bit too much. So I expect that she needs to travel to the top rail and back to the center of the table for the 6.
Well, we've seen her make long straight in stop shots. Especially the 7 ball earlier. She's played a good stroke on that. This one is similar. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball.
Right, she did have some angle, or maybe she created that little angle, which now is a little bit tricky on the 7. And the reason is that the cue ball will get quite some speed. Can she land on the 8? Got a kiss, and that kiss really helped her. That's an amazing result. She gambled a little bit there, but worked out perfect. This 8 ball and 2 rails out to shoot a 9 in the same pocket will be the objective.
Yeah, I would never play this with inside spin. I think it makes the cut a lot more difficult. Play the 9 in the same corner.
Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, she could have used more spin on that, was.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim. Yeah. Gotta watch out with the cue ball too. Difficult shot here.
She cannot reach as well too.
No, and I don't
Important
think she
shot
has
this is.
extension. Ooh. And she missed that 9. which would have led to a 4-4 score. But now Linnea is able to shoot this 9 ball for a 5-3 lead.
I mean, it's not a hanger by any means. Should play pocket speed though, no more spin. Oh, nice
Perfect.
feeling.
Absolutely.
So that means we're not gonna have 4 each. We're gonna be 5-3 Linnea. Linnea on the hill for the title. And I have a feeling Julia just took her timeout, rushing out of the arena, knowing what kind of mistake she has made. And I was quite surprised to see her play that 9 with stun instead of just top spin. Did you think?
I'm not quite sure because I couldn't really decide if she would have scratched in the left pocket, in the left corner, if she gave a top spin.
Yeah, but you should be able to hold the ball and play high ball on that. I mean, it's a scarier stroke.
On the 9 ball, you mean?
Yeah, on the 9.
9
Yeah,
ball.
I was just surprised to see her play also low in the cue ball.
Yeah, I think she must have been scared to scratch in the corner. In the meantime, you can see an applause, a round of applause, and of course a handshake. Gomez has won his title there. So
Yeah,
congratulations to him.
New European champion under 17. I don't think I've seen him play before.
No, me neither.
Great result. Now in the back. In the back we have Silanchivas, also currently on the hill. He's up 7-1 over Seaman Attila. So he's definitely on his way to get his second title of the week.
Yeah, Jacobas is showing great shape this whole week. Same as Linnea, because don't forget the girls don't play straight pool. So out of the 3 disciplines, 8, 9 and 10, and if she wins this last rack she has 2 times gold and 1 time silver. Then you are definitely the queen of the European Pool Championships for the ladies. So we're waiting for Julia Babica to return from her timeout. She has a 5-minute maximum, and there she is back in her seat. There's the cue for the referee to rack the balls, and it's up to Linnea to break this 9th rack.
Gotta say, I'm a little bit afraid to see what's coming for Babica, just because missing that 9 could be very hurtful to her confidence. So just hoping that she can remain calm, bring the same energy, and hopefully still put that same effort on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course that 9 miss was occurred by the 8 ball, where she was actually perfectly on, and she could easily screw it around 2 rails, and she decided to play it with no side and going back straight up. And I do think that it's because of the nerves that she made that choice. So is he going to take out the jump cue here?
I just don't think it makes any sense. It's an illegal break. Because Linnea did make 1, but not 2 balls in the kitchen at least. 3-point rule not there. I would not see a reason why to play the jump.
No,
3
me
doesn't
neither.
go by the 8.
No. Jumping to safety is the best results you could get. Well, it's more safe than normally it would look like if the tool was close to that pocket. But does that side pocket help Linnea to get underneath the cue ball and screw it all the way back down?
No, well, it does help, but I think it's not there. To draw this with low left past the side, I don't think you have any chance.
She went for it.
Yeah, just so tough because it's quite the cut. So the draw doesn't really take till maybe like a diamond out of the long rail. Cue ball gets the speed from the rail first and then the draw. So a difficult one. This one actually, she could land on the 3. But she's going to run into the 3 and well, she is on the 4, on the 3 ball, and she could play the 4 in the same corner.
If that passes the 7 indeed, but I also think she can go around the 9. Or in between the 9 and the 8 even, if she wants to. No, she missed the free ball there. But she will have some kind of a second prize. Linnea forced to hit the free ball at the right side. Now she could take on the bank. I think I would have. Because I think to find a pace to keep this safe is going to be difficult too. Yes, he went for it. Also went into a safe position. Now it's nothing easy here for Julia Babica. She can kick it from the left rail, but I think she has to maneuver there with some side. Going for this is difficult. This looks very short. Yeah, that would have been straight into the 8.
Yeah, I also kind of feel like since she's missed the 9 that she's been playing, for example, the jump. I feel like she's more aggressive because, well, obviously that 9 ball was important, and since she's missed it, she's just hurt a little bit mentally. I think this rack would have been completely different if she had given back the first shot to Linnea after the break.
Linnea fallen quite straight on this 4 ball, and I don't think the 5 ball passes the 7, so curious to see how she can get back to the left side of the 5. By the looks of it, she can't, so she's now taking the cue ball all the way to the bottom to shoot the 5 in the top. Oh, she's gonna be very close to the 5 ball.
Oh, does she have a carom on the 7?
I don't think so. I think she's too low on the 5. Well, there is an option, but she's definitely not taking a look at it.
Well, from this view, I also am not a huge fan. Oh. So this is an open chance. Has to do something with the cue ball, but it's definitely another lifeline for Julia.
Made it and found some kind of an angle on the other side of the 8 and the 9. This one cuts back. Cuba will go around a few rails. Don't want to hit the 7. Let's see how she's playing it.
Oh, she's lost the pace. I mean, there's good news and bad news. The good news is if she makes it from this angle, cue ball is going forward. She'll have the 8 in the right side pocket. The bad news is she's cueing frozen to the rail.
This is very hard to make, I think. But the objective is clear. She has to make this. That can help focusing. But she played it too short. Cue ball just stayed out of the pocket. And this ain't easy for Linnea either.
Well, she might not even have to go aggressive. I mean, it's awkward. I just feel like most of the time when you go for this shot and you don't make it, you sell out so big.
But yeah, I can understand if she missed it, then look at the cue ball. It's in the center of the table. So indeed, you would have sold out. Does this 8 ball pass the 9? It's 2 balls for the title. The 8 ball passes the 9. It's in. Cue ball is there. And this 9 ball for her title, her second title of these European Pool Championships. And to be the queen of 9 ball at the girls division. Can she make it? Well done, perfectly done. Congratulations to Linnea Lamreström. And of course, congratulations to Julia Babica too for her silver medal. That's an awesome result, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, I think overall it's fair to say that she definitely made her... Well, she completed the job. I mean, she definitely came here to win as many titles. She's won 2 out of 3 finals. So I think a very successful week for her overall. Now, I'm not too sure when we are going to have the ceremonies. I just got told that the ceremony will be after the team's finals. So that means we will have to see you back at 2:30 for the semifinals of the teams divisions. So thank you, Joris, for being here with me. Tim de Ruiter, Joris van Amersfoort. And we will see you back in a little bit less than an hour. Thank you for tuning in.